All rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 24th session of the Senate, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We will be led in prayer today in this chamber by our distinguished colleague, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito.
Gracious and Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we convene in this honorable chamber. Your word found in Proverbs 2:6 reminds us that it is you who grants wisdom and knowledge, and from your mouth comes understanding. We acknowledge that our roles and as legislators are of great responsibility, and we lean on your promise in James 1 verse 5 that in any of us lacks wisdom, we should ask you, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to us. Lord, as we deliberate on matters that affect our nation and its people, let us to keep in mind your commandment to love our neighbors as ourselves. May compassion and empathy guide our decisions. Teach us always to perform our job faithfully and diligently so that we will always be a blessing and a source of inspiration to our fellow Filipinos, especially to the people who need our services. May we find pleasure in serving the people we know, that by serving them, we are serving you. Lord, bring our house together and unite our nation in faith and in love, for every kingdom divided against itself will be ruined, and in every city or household divided against itself will not stand. Grant us the strength to work together in unity, and let our unity bring forth progress and prosperity for our beloved Philippines. We pray, Almighty God, that your holy name will triumph over these challenges, and that we, senators, will always strive to craft
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
21 senators present. The chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Thank you,
Majority.
Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, we'd like to put on record and acknowledge guests of our Senate President, Mayor Eloy Eclar, and councilors of Herona Tarlac. Guests of this representation, Mayor Junicio Cabahug Jr. of Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Guests of Senator De La Rosa, Mayor Oscar Villegas Jr. of Lemery, Iloilo. Guests of Senator Ejercito Maquilaneta, incoming National President of JCI Philippines, and guests of the Senate, Mayor Sheena Tan-D of Santiago City, Isabela. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen, lalo na yung mga elected officials na bumibisita po na yung araw na ito.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 23rd Session, Monday, September 18, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to read, to proceed with the reference of business.
Resolutions, proposed resolution number 800, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the proper seizure, confiscation, and disposal of perishable goods. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Health and Demography.
801, congratulating and commending the Philippine Obstacle Sports Team for emerging victorious in the 2023 Federation Internationale des Sports d'Obstacle OCR World Championship in Genk, Belgium on 14 to 17 September 2023. Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
802, congratulating and commending the Pilipinas Sambo team for reaping medals in the 2023 Open Sambo Korea Championships at the Korean Sambo Center in Jeonnan City, South Korea on 16 to 17 September 2023. Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 125 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 3972, introduced by Representative Velasco and Sakaluran, entitled An Act Declaring February 21 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Marinduque, to be known as the Araw ng Marinduque in commemoration of its founding anniversary. Recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1153 and 1836. Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
126 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 4840 by Representative Matugas, declaring January 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Dapa, province of Surigao del Norte, in celebration of the feast of its patron saint, the Holy Santo Niño. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
127 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 3975, introduced by Representative Haresco, declaring July 31 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tangalan, province of Aklan, to be known as Tangalan Day in commemoration of its foundation day and in honor of the bravery of the local heroes of the Bibo Revolt. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
128 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 3976 by Representative Rodriguez E., declaring December 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Virac, province of Catanduanes, in celebration of the Kaadlawan in Virac. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
129 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 3969 by Representative Duhali, declaring March 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the island garden city of Samal, province of Davao del Norte, in commemoration of its foundation day. Recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1299, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
130 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 758 by Representative Bascook and Plaza, declaring June 21st of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Bayugan, province of Agusan del Sur, in commemoration of its Charter Day. Recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1966, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
131 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 694 by Representative Tan, declaring June 20 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Ginayangan, province of Quezon, in commemoration of our foundation anniversary. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
122 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 3962 by Representative Quaresma, declaring July 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Bambang, province of Nueva Vizcaya, to be known as Bambang Day in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
133 Committee on Local Government on House Number 5269 by Representative Bolilla, declaring November 11 of every year special non-working holiday in the municipality of Taisan, province of Batangas, in celebration of its founding anniversary. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
134 jointly by the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, and Finance. On Senate number 2444 with Senators Escudero, Angara, Villanueva, Gatchalian, Revilla Jr., Legarda, and Cayetano A. as authors. An act lowering the optional retirement age of government workers from 60 years to 56 years. Amending for the purpose Section 13A of RA 8291, otherwise known as the Government Service Insurance Act of 1997. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 58, 908, 935, 944, 1832, and 2325. Taking into consideration House number 206, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
The calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader. Session suspended.
this representation will move to consider the approval of second reading on Senate Bill number 2001. This bill pertains to the new Philippine Passport Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move to open the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of September 18, 2023, as our working draft, which will be flashed on the screen for reference, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved.
At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos, and Senator Pia Cayetano for her individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Ivy Marcos, is recognized, and our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Patero, Senator Pia Cayetano, is recognized as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Senate President. Thank you very much, Majority. I'll be happy to entertain any amendments or interpellations as desired by Senator Cayetano. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I just want to put on record that I was listed to make my amendments since last week, and even in the agenda yesterday, my name was there. I'm mentioning it only, Mr. President, because I'm not asking for any special favors. My name was listed, and it has been a practice in the Senate that if you are listed, you will be given the chance to take the floor and make your interpellation or your amendments. And so it was a great surprise to me that while I was on official business, my letter informing the Senate that I was attending a conference on futures thinking in KL has been submitted. A bill that I had a very simple amendment proceeded without me being told and was actually closed. So yun lang naman po, kasi I'm a team player, nakikisama ako, but I also like to follow the rules. And I feel it is incumbent upon the sponsor to also let us know if there's a reason that I will not be able to make my amendments, because I would have very happily submitted my amendments to keep it simple. On that note, Your Honor, I also owe this to the minority floor leader because he was the one who brought up that issue. And I recall having a discussion also in the presence of the deputy minority floor leader because it is an issue that affects women and the use of the maiden name. So I assured that the minority floor leader na ako nang bahala, yung napansin mong issue, I will take care of it. Tapos sabi niya pa sa akin, so ikaw na, hindi ko na yan iintindihan. Sabi ko, ako na. Handa ako to make my amendment. So yun lang naman po, to put it on record, because I wouldn't want this to happen to anyone else. I was gone for 1 day. I was gone for 1 day. So I'd like to proceed now.
Yes,
Given that,
I actually confirmed that, in fact, Senator Cayetano was listed for interpellation, and I was informed that we had a timeline, and I just followed orders.
But that timeline includes my right to make my amendment, and I am with Viber and WhatsApp, I am a call away. So nakakagulat lang. Again, I have been in the Senate for almost 20 years. I have always tried to act with courtesy, with respect, and to me, it's basic courtesy na somebody's name is there for how many days. Hindi naman ako nakaabala, hindi naman ako nag-request ng i-postpone para sa akin. Basic courtesy po. Nabigyan niyo ako ng opportunity na gawin yung amendment ko or tawagan niyo ako kung gusto kong isubmit at ibigay sa inyo. So when you say na sumusunod lang, sana kasama dun sa sinusundan yung rules, yung courtesy din sa gustong mag-amend, na mabigay din ng amendments. Yun lang. So I'm ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Sure.
So my amendment, Your Honor, has to do with, and by the way, if I may just, no, hindi na rin ako nag-interpellate because to save the sponsor time, I will just make my explanations during the time of amendment. Kaya again, medyo bothersome lang na hindi ko na nga magawa yun kung hindi pa tayo nag-reopen ngayon. So ngayon, gagawin ko na yung gusto kong gawin, which is to explain why the existing provision in the bill is inconsistent with the civil code provision and the policy that a woman may use her maiden name. So ako po, ang pangalan ko is Pilar Juliana S. Cayetano, hiwalay po ako, pero kahit nung hindi ako hiwalay, kahit na nung kasal ako, I always use Cayetano. The civil code, our laws of the land, recognize that, okay? Now, in the passport law, may provisions dyan which somehow impairs that right. And then in the existing bill that we are tackling, nalilimitahan din ang paggamit ng maiden name ng isang babae. So gusto ko tong i-rectify. Yun lang naman ang purpose ko. Gusto kong magbigay ng amendment kung saan we will be consistent with the civil code that allows a woman to use their maiden name. As a background, to also keep it simple, after the sponsor, I believe, was informed of the specific concern I had, some of the resource persons, including, well, specifically DFA, came over to discuss with my staff on their concern that pag pinayagan daw natin na ang isang babae na gumagamit ng married name, baguhin yon at ibalik niya sa kanyang
Maiden name.
maiden name. So from married name, ibabalik niya sa maiden name niya, baka daw mahirapan sila pag may mga whole departure order. Sabi ko naman, pareho lang naman yung speech ni Senate President 2 weeks ago, na kung gusto mong sugpuin yung trafficking, hindi mo naman pwedeng ang solusyon mo, pagbawal mo lahat, para mo nang pinagbawal lahat ng bumabiyahe, di ba? To use their maiden name is a right. So, give us, we can work with language that will ensure that hindi naman whimsical, hindi naman capricious, hindi naman yung ngayon married name, next month balik ako sa maiden name, next year balik na naman ako sa, hindi naman huyo, hindi naman ganon. So, to make this whole discourse simpler, I believe the Office of the Senate President, along with the sponsor, made some changes to the language I propose, and I'm
Yes.
okay with it. And with the sponsor's permission, I'll just read it into the
Yes,
record.
please. Yes, please.
Okay. So, on page 10, lines 10 to 16, sorry, delete lines 10 to 16 and replace with, where do I start? The whole thing there. Letter F, for a woman who wishes to revert to the use of her maiden name, a duly authenticated birth certificate by the PSA, provided that she can only revert to her maiden name once, and all her other existing identification cards and pertinent documents shall likewise reflect her maiden name. We submit.
Thank you. It's accepted.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, Your Honors, that ang objective natin is to support yung request ng ating agencies na hindi sila mahirapan na iba-ibang pangalan, iba-ibang ID. Hindi naman yun ang gusto natin. We are just securing the right of a woman to use her maiden name. Thank you very much to the sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry.
Thank you very
yes.
much.
If
Sorry.
Yes,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
there's an amendment and accepted by the
Yes,
sponsor would just
the
like to
second paragraph
Okay.
is accepted in toto from Senator Cayetano with the quibble that we retain the first paragraph still. The first paragraph referring to the different situations involving an annulment, a nullity, legal separation, the different causes that are recognized, or the death of a husband. Because it is important that we have the accompanying documents like the certificate of death in case of the death of a spouse, or the certificate or report of a marriage in the event of annulments and nullity. If we can just retain the first paragraph, but we accept the amendment of the good senator in toto in the second paragraph.
I'm just asking for a copy so I
Oo,
can see how
here.
it reads. Here. Is that it on the screen?
It's actually on the screen. It's lines 10, as you indicated. It's lines 10 to 16, as the good senator indicated. May we retain that, but in addition, we will put as paragraph 2 the reversion referred to by the good senator.
My issue, I'm not saying that, I'm not yet stating that I am not amenable, But the main reason for my amendment is precisely, you do not need these events to happen for you to retain your maiden name. These are not required. So my concern is, we may be creating a situation na parang we're amending the civil code. And that is how statutory construction works, because under the rules of statutory construction, they give weight to a special law. So when you introduce these facts of life, yung may divorce siya, you're saying that that's when she can change her name. I'm saying that the general rule is, you can change your name. You don't need these things to happen. Not to mention that what brought this whole discussion up was the minority floor leaguers' question on, pag legally separated ba, can you change your name? Napaisip din ako no, because you are still married. But wait, the general rule is, you can use your maiden name. Pero si legal separation is not in the same line as all of this, kasi in all of these situation mentioned, wala na siyang asawa. Pero si legal separation, may asawa pa siya. So iba pang ang animal ang legal separation. So I need a moment, and I mean, to figure
Perhaps
out.
we can discuss this. We've all undergone this same problem, and I have absolute
It's
personal
not a problem
knowledge
for
of
me.
this.
I've always used my maiden name.
Maybe
Then
we
my
can
death of a
suspend
spouse-
session for you both to discuss.
No,
Session
the
shall I
concern,
suspend?
if I may, before suspension, if I may, the concern here is that the first paragraph allows the woman or the widow, for example, to remarry and change her name to the second husband's name, for example, and obtain a passport in that second husband's name. So that would become a possibility, whereas without the first paragraph, she would no longer have a right to do so.
Yes, and that's why I said I need time to look at it, because that is obviously a valid situation.
Suspension, Mr. President.
Yes, session suspended for 1 minute. Assumed.
We recognize the sponsor of the measure and our dear colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, Mr. President.
Yeah, please proceed, our dear sponsor, and for our colleague from Taguig, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, upon conferring with the sponsor, I would like to withdraw my previous amendment, if we could act on that first, and then make a
Yes.
new amendment. So I move to withdraw my
We put that on
amendment.
record.
Thank you. And instead propose the following. On the same page 10, line 10, insert a new subsection F. For a woman who wishes to revert to the use of her maiden name, a duly authenticated birth certificate by the PSA, provided that she can only revert to her maiden name once, and all her other existing identification cards and pertinent documents shall likewise reflect her maiden name. We submit.
The microphone of the
Mic.
sponsor, please open the microphone of the sponsor.
Yes, thank you very much. It's accepted. That is Section 5F.
There being an objection accepted by the sponsor, amendments accepted and confirmed.
Yeah.
Yes, we'd like to recognize the
And
Deputy Minority
and
Floor
just to
Leader.
ask that the subsequent letters be relettered
Renumbered.
accordingly to reflect the change.
Yes. There being an objection, we take note of the motion and approve.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Just in support, for the record and in support of the proposed amendment duly accepted by the sponsor, the amendment of the gentlewoman from Taguig and Pateros, for the record, the Supreme Court already ruled that a married woman may opt to use her maiden name. So we are just being consistent, really, by accepting this amendment and eventually passing this bill into law. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the
Thank you very
Minority
much,
Floor
ma'am.
Leader, Deputy.
Any more
Thank
amendments?
you. In addition, we no longer therefore delete the old F containing the different causes.
Yes, so maybe let's explain it, so it's on record also. We chose to, upon conferral, as I said, with the sponsor and the resource person, we agreed to retain the original F to reflect that these would be common reasons that women would be reverting. But the provision that this representation inserted would really be the general rule, recognizing the civil code provision that a woman may use their married name.
May I
Thank you.
just
Yes.
clarify? Therefore, your amendment, Madam Senator Pia, is another paragraph.
Yes.
A lettered paragraph
Yes, it will be the first letter F, and this existing
will be the
F
next.
would become a G. Or is
G.
it a G or a second
Yes, a G.
paragraph?
If I may, for reasons of tidiness, so
Yes.
that we keep the topic of married women
Together.
in one provision, let's put it as F, paragraph 1 will be the general provision provided by Senator Cayetano, and then to be followed by F, paragraph 2, which is the provision that we find on screen as the second situation
Is that
with
acceptable to
particular
both-
circumstances.
Yes.
Subject to style?
It is, but may I just, if Her Honor will recall, I said, give me a few minutes to really think through the effects of this provision, no? So I'll tell you now, because it takes time. I'm not a magician. I cannot think of all the possible scenarios. But I
Understood.
just realized now, again, if the general rule is a woman can revert to her married name anytime, consistent with the civil code, then, maiden name anytime. Kung ako naman if I have my marriage would be annulled, declared, there's a declaration of nullity, legal separation, lahat ito impose pa nga another requirement when I could just rely on the first paragraph and present my birth certificate. So I don't know if the future law students will see this as redundant or unnecessary.
Yes, I understand that it appears to Senator Cayetano that perhaps this is surplusage, that you already established the general rule. However, the concern of the DFA is to make it explicit that women who, for example, are widowed can remarry, change their name, and thereafter derive a passport in the second married name. It's just to give them the full gamut of opportunities and choices.
There might actually be a better way of saying that then, kasi nga, I mean, I submit to her sponsor. If this was not being rushed, I think we can improve on it further, but I submit to the sponsor, if there will be a BICAM, you may request the DFA to help you word it better, because I think we can afford better wording. So,
Yes.
I submit na lang po.
I accept that kind advice, and I think it would be wise indeed to improve as much as we can the language involved during the BICAM and even thereafter. Thank you very much, Senator Cayetano. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much,
Senate President.
dear sponsor. Therefore, there be no objection to the proposed amendment subject to style. Secretary, please take note. The amendment is adopted. There being no other amendments, we can close. the
Yes,
period.
Mr. President, there being no amendments, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2001, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Senate Bill number
2001.
2001 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. As for a minute suspension, Mr.
We
President.
suspend maybe the consideration of the measure. Then we
Mr.
suspend.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2001. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2028 under Committee Report number 61. This is the bill on expanding the coverage of the Centenarians Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate, and with the consent of the body, I now move to open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With no committee amendments, Mr. President, I move that we open the period of individual amendments and close period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much, Majority Leader. Thank you very much, Senate President. The amendments are as follows. For the individual amendments on page 1, lines 3 to 6, to delete the entire paragraph, starting with the words "all Filipinos" up to the words "honored with," and replace it with the following: all Filipinos, whether residing in the Philippines or abroad, upon reaching the ages of 80 and 90, shall receive a cash gift of 10,000 pesos and 20,000 pesos, respectively. Upon reaching the age of 100 years old, a cash gift of 100,000 pesos and a letter of felicitation from the President of the Philippines congratulating the celebrant for his or her longevity shall also be given. Here there is a change in the matter of style, and the least clumsy version reads as follows. Provided further that they shall be eligible to receive the cash gift within 1 year from reaching the ages of 80, 90, and 100. I so move.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendment is approved.
On page 1, lines 9 to 12, up to page 2, lines 1 to 2, remove the whole subsection A.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
On page 2, line 7, to remove the words "and to be." I so move.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 2, lines 9 to 14, to remove the whole subsection 2A. I so move.
There being no objection, the amendment's approved.
On the same page 2, line 15, section 2B will now become section 2A. I so move.
There being no objection, the amendment's approved.
On the same page 2, line 24, after the word "the,"
Mr. President, anterior amendment, if I may, Mr. President.
With the permission of the sponsor?
yes, of course.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed,
President,
Majority
distinguished colleague. On page 2, lines 19 to 24, delete the phrase starting with the word established on line 19 until the abbreviation NCSC and the period on line 24 and replace it with the following. Maintained by the National Commission of Senior Citizens, NCSC, in accordance with Republic Act number 11350 and its implementing rules and regulations, the NCSC shall coordinate with the Philippine Statistics Authority, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, DSWD, the Department of Interior and Local Government, DILG, the Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT, and local government units in the online registration of the beneficiaries of this act. That is the proposed amendment, Mr. President.
What does the
Accepted.
sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr.
Thank you very much,
President.
Mr.
Majority
Accepted.
Leader.
There being no other objections, the amendment's accepted.
To clarify, on the same page, therefore, as stated by the Majority Leader, line 24, after the word "the," to spell out NCSC into National Commission of Senior Citizens, and then close the acronym NCSC instead in parentheses. I so move.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On page 3, lines 2 to 4, to delete the entire paragraph entitled Appropriations and replace it with the following. Appropriations. The amount necessary to implement the provisions of this act shall be included in the budget of the NCSC under the Annual General Appropriations Act. I so move.
There being no objection to the amendment, yes.
Yeah,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President, may I ask for just a minute suspension, Mr.
Yeah,
President?
session suspended
Thank
for
you.
1 minute.
Yes, Mr. President, sorry for my confusion. I withdraw the last amendment, having heard now that the Majority Leader, in fact, withdrew that entire line.
Yes, there being no objection, we take note of the manifestation.
What will revise the title?
Please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, as stated on page 3, lines 2 to 4, to delete the entire paragraph entitled Appropriations, to replace with the following. The amount necessary to implement the provisions of this act shall be included in the budget of the NCSC under the Annual General Appropriations Act. I so move.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
Last, I would like to submit an individual amendment to change the title and delete the title as existing and replace it with an act recognizing the octogenarians, nonagenarians, and centenarians. I so move.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
Those are all the individual amendments, Senate President, please, and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President,
Thank you,
before we close the
Yes.
period of amendments, just a clarification for the record, since this will be made part of the intent of Congress. Is it my understanding that if an 80-year-old, 90-year-old, or 100-year-old qualified to receive certain amounts under this proposed bill passes away a day to a week after, it is the fact of reaching that age that entitles them to the cash benefits, and as such, if he or she passes away within the 1-year period that this money should be given, then the heirs would be entitled to it. Is that the understanding, Mr. President, Your Honor?
Our understanding, and as stated, the eligibility will only remain within 1 year from the birthday, the 80th, 90th, or 100th birthday. The reason being that this is a recognition award, similar to loyalty awards in corporations that are not given every year. Instead, of course, we have a social pension for indigent senior citizens who are provided 1,000 a month to buy medicines and other necessities.
Mr. President, Your Honor, my question is, since we are giving this acknowledgement for a milestone reached, 80, 90, and 100, my question is, should the celebrant, the 80-year-old person, 90-year-old person die 1 day after he or she celebrated his or her birthday, or a week after, would the heirs be entitled to receive it?
In other words, he's asking if there's transferability, survivorship.
As a general rule, we have given it with regard to the Centenarians Act, even years after the passage, provided the documents are provided by the surviving heirs.
So the answer would be they are entitled upon reaching that age, and government is duty bound to give it within a year.
Although the discussion yesterday with the minority leader was that we would endow it within that year and previous to the 81st, 91st, and 101st birthday only. What is the pleasure of the body?
That is correct, Mr. President. I have no argument with our minority leader nor with the sponsor, just to clarify and place in the records, as I said, that it is the reaching of this milestone that entitles the intended beneficiary with this benefit, and therefore, should that person die 2 days after celebrating their 80th, 90th, or 100th, then the heirs would be entitled to this benefit being given by this proposed bill. That's the clarification I'm seeking, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, minority leader.
Mr. President, the minority leader seeking the floor. Move that
Minister,
to
1
be
minute.
recognized.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct. We agree. We agree with the manifestation of Senator Chis Escudero and as also affirmed by our sponsor. But there's also another scenario that we want it to be captured by the amendment.
That's correct.
That those who just celebrated their 80th, or those who are already just celebrated the 80th and 90th birthday before the effectivity of the
Of this-
law are also going to be covered by the benefits of the law. So 80 years old pa rin naman sila. Okay? They may be 80 years old and 6 months, but still covered by the law.
Within 1 year, is that correct?
Yes,
Yes, I believe within
that's
that
the
entire
That's the main
year.
idea. Hindi pa sila nag-81, hindi pa sila nag-91, and then the law becomes effective.
They're covered.
They're covered.
Of course.
Okay. But they are not celebrating their 80th or 90th birthday after the effectivity of the law, ha? Basta yun. Basta
That's correct.
That was what I requested from this sponsor
Yes.
to capture that. Okay.
And I think that's also the sense of our economic managers, so that we don't keep expanding and retroacting these benefits.
Yes. Apo, so that is, I think, in the two senses raised, Mr. President, the amendment captures it. So
So for clarity, they give it also to those, Madam Sponsor, who pass away within that 8 years old. They give it to the heirs.
They give it to the heirs within the year. Within the year
So-
following the birthday.
So, okay. So, I understand. It's supposed to be, di ba you said it was a loyalty award. So, dapat sila ang makinabang dun sa 10,000 and 20,000 sana.
Nag-birthday na Nag-birthday na, na-reach nila
They actually deserve recognition, having already reached the milestone of 80, 90, and 100, even if they pass away within the year, and the DSWD or the government or the National Senior Citizens has been unable to reach them. That is actually how the centenarians gift, cash gift, has been operating already. Tama ba yun? Diba?
Can I ask for a minute suspension?
Yes.
Commissioner Shum.
With that, Mr. President, and with no other individual amendments, I move to close.
Did we accept it? I accepted it,
Yes,
no?
Mr.
For the record,
President,
just
the,
for the record.
Yes, accepted, Senate
Yeah.
President, please.
We accepted it, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with that, and with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 2028. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, House Bill number 2028, did I say it right?
Yes,
2028
Mr. President.
is approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor and authors
Thank you, Mr.
and to
President.
all the elderly of the Philippines.
Thank you.
Congratulations as well.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2028. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute. Resume.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 6553 under Committee Report number 94. This is the bill on Bataan Peninsula State University. So move, Mr. President.
There have been objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate. I move to close the period of interpellations.
There have been objection. Motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
Period amendments is open.
Mr. President, move that we recognize Senator Francis Chis Escudero for committee amendments.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Chis Escudero, is recognized, the sponsor of the said bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the majority leader and of the body, may I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following amendments to Senate Bill, to Committee Report number 94 on House Bill number 6553. As follows, Mr. President. Number 1 on page 1, line 1, after the figure 1 in the period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 1, short title," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 2 on the same page, line 4, after the figure 2 and a period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 2, conversion of BPSU Baga campus into a regular campus," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 3. On the same page, line 8, after the figure 3 and the period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 3, general mandate," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 4, on the same page, line 12, delete phrase region 3 and insert the phrase "the Central Luzon region." Number 5, on the same page in line, delete the phrase "is also" and insert with the phrase "shall be." Number 6, on page 2, lines 1 to 4, rephrase the entire section 4, to read as follows. Section 4, Supervision and Management of BPSU Baga Campus. The BPSU Baga Campus shall be headed by a campus administrator to be appointed by the board, subject to the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the board, and upon the recommendation of a search committee duly constituted for the purpose of selecting the campus administrator. Number 7. On the same page, lines 6 to 8, rephrase the entire section 5, to read as follows. Section 5, Compliance with the requirements of the Commission on Higher Education. The BPSU shall ensure the compliance of the BPSU Baga campus with the policies, standards, and guidelines of the Commission on Higher Education (CHED) for the operation of regular campuses, including those related to the offering of courses and the introduction of new or revised programs prior to its conversion as a regular campus. Number 8. On the same page, line 10, after the figure 6 and the period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 6, management of personnel, assets, and records of the campus," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 9. On the same page, line 21, after the figure 7 in the period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 7, suppletory application," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 10. On the same page, line 24, after figure 8 in the period, insert the word "to serve as the title of section 8, appropriations," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 11. On the same page and line, after the word "act," insert a comma, the phrase "including those required to fund the plantilla positions of teaching and non-teaching personnel of the BPSU Baga campus," and another comma. Number 12. On the same page, line 31, after the figure 9 and the period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 9, implementing rules and regulations," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 13. On the same page, line 35, after the figure 10 and the period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 10, separability clause," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 14. On the same page, line 39, after the figure 11 and the period, insert the phrase "to serve as title of section 11, repealing clause," followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 15. Finally, on the same page, line 43, after the figure 12 and the period, insert the word "to serve as title of the section, effectivity," followed by a period and a hyphen. I so omnibussly move, Mr. President.
Normally, Your Honors, we do it one by one, but with the permission of the body, as
yes.
it is already in the committee report anyways.
Yes, Mr. President.
And the permission with the Secretariat, because the Secretariat was saying we can do it one by one, but it will take a lot of time if all our committee reports have these amendments, particularly on the semicolon, the colon, and the...
Yes,
so,
Mr. President. With that, Mr.
with that,
President.
Mr. President, there being no objections,
Yes, and no other amendments. I move to close the period of committee amendments.
we have to accept the amendments first. There being no objection to the amendments, amendments are approved. We'll just ask the chairperson to please submit to the Secretariat these amendments, or it's in the committee report. It's in the
They
committee
have a
report.
copy, Mr. President, of the committee report.
Therefore, there being no objection to close the period of amendments, there being none, the motion of the majority floor leader is approved.
Yes, boss. Mr. President, with no other amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, committee amendments are closed.
With no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no individual amendments, period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, this juncture, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6553. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6553.
Consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6552 under Committee Report number 95. This is the bill on Leyte Normal University, San Isidro Campus. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the measure, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, for committee amendments.
We recognize the sponsor, Senator Chis Escudero, for the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, with the permission and consent of the body, without using the word omnibusly as questioned by Senator Pia, in an omnibus manner, therefore, may I propose. Senator Risa, may I propose the following amendments for approval of the chamber with its consent, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Number 1, on page 1, line 1, after the figure 1 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of the section, short title, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 2, on the same page, line 4, after the figure 2 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as the title of section 2, conversion of LNU San Isidro campus into a regular campus, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 3, on the same page, line 8, after the figure 3 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 3, general mandate, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 4, on the same page, line 9, after the word specialization and comma, insert the phrase pursuant to the mandate of the LNU and according to its capability. Number 5, on the same page, line 12, delete the phrase region 8 and insert the phrase the Eastern Visayas region. Number 6, on page 2, line 1, delete the phrase is also and insert the phrase shall be. Number 7, on the same page, lines 5 to 9, rephrase the entire section 4 to read as follows. Section 4, supervision and management of the LNU San Isidro campus. The LNU San Isidro campus shall be headed by a campus administrator to be appointed by the board subject to the guidelines, qualifications, standards set by the board and upon recommendation of a search committee duly constituted for the purpose of selecting the campus administrator. Number 8, on the same page, lines 11 to 13, rephrase the entire section 5 to read as follows. Section 5, compliance with the requirements of the Commission on Higher Education. The LNU shall ensure the compliance of the LNU San Isidro campus with the policies, standards, and guidelines of the Commission on Higher Education (CHED) for the operation of the regular campuses, including those related to the offering of courses and the introduction of new and/or revised programs prior to its conversion as a regular campus. Number 9. On the same page, line 15, after the figure 6 and the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 6, management of personnel, assets, and records of the campus, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 10. On the same page, line 27, after the figure 7 and the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 7, suppletory application, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 11. On the same page, line 30, after the figure 8 and the period, insert the word to serve as title of section 8, appropriations, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 12. On the same page, same line, after the word act, insert a comma, the following phrase, including those required to fund the plantilla positions of teaching and non-teaching personnel of the LNU San Isidro campus, and another comma. Number 13, on the same page, line 37, after figure 9 and period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 9, quote, implementing rules and regulations, followed by a comma and a hyphen. Number 14, on the same page, line 41, after the figure 10 and period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 10, separability clause, followed by a period and a comma. Number 15, on the same page, line 47, after the figure 11 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 11, repealing clause, followed by a period and a hyphen. And 16, finally, on the same page, line 49, after the figure 12 and the period, insert the word to serve as title of section 12, effectivity, followed by a period and a hyphen. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion or the amendments, amendments are adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. With no other committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6552. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 6552.
Consideration suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 6128 under Committee Report number 96. This is the bill on Pampanga State Agricultural University, Florida Blanca campus. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Chis Escudero, for committee
Our
amendments.
distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. May I make an omnibus motion as well insofar as House Bill number 6128 for the following amendments. Number 1, on page 1, line 1, insert a new section, section 1, to read as follows. Section 1, short title, this act shall be known as the Pampanga State Agricultural University, Florida Blanca Campus Act. Number 2, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. Number 3, on the same page, same line, to serve as title of the renumbered section 2, insert the phrase, establishment of the PSAU Florida Blanca Campus, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 4, on the same page, line 5, to serve as title of the renumbered section 3, insert the phrase general mandate, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 5, on the same page, line 7, after the word specialization, add a comma, and insert the phrase pursuant to the mandate of the PSAU and according to its capability, followed by a comma. Number 6, on the same page, line 9, delete the phrase region 3, then insert the phrase the Central Luzon region. Number 7, on the same page, line 11, delete the phrase is also and insert the phrase shall be. Number 8, on the same page, lines 15 to 19, delete the entire section and insert a new section to read as follows. Section 4, supervision and management of PSAU Florida Blanca Campus. The PSAU Florida Blanca Campus shall be headed by a campus administrator to be appointed by the board subject to the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the board and upon the recommendation of a search committee duly constituted for the purpose of selecting the campus administrator. Number 9, on the same page, lines 21 and 24, delete the entire section 4, renumber the section 5, and insert the new section to read as follows. Section 5, compliance with the requirements of the Commission on Higher Education. The PSAU shall ensure the compliance of the PSAU Florida Blanca Campus with the policies, standards, and guidelines of the Commission on Higher Education (SHED) for the operation of campuses, including those related to offering of courses and the introduction of new or revised programs prior to its establishment. Number 10, on the same page, line 26, to serve as the title of renumbered section 6, insert the phrase management of personnel, assets, and records of the campus, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 11, on page 2, lines 6 to 10, delete the entire section 6 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. Number 12, on the same page, line 12, to serve as the title of section 7, insert the phrase suppletory application, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 13, on the same page, line 15, to serve as title of section 8, insert the word appropriations, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 14, on the same page, same line, after the word act, insert a comma, the phrase including those to fund the plantilla positions of teaching and non-teaching personnel of the PSAU Florida Blanca Campus, and another comma. Number 15, on the same page, line 17, insert a new section 9 to read as follows. Section 9, implementing rules and regulations. Within 60 days, 6-0, from the approval of this act, the board shall, in consultation with SHED and the Department of Budget and Management, issue the rules and regulations to fully implement the provisions of this act. Number 16, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. Number 17, on the same page, line 18, to serve as title of the renumbered section 10, insert the phrase separability clause, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 18, on the same page, line 22, to serve as the title of section 11, insert the phrase repealing clause, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 19, finally, on the same page, line 26, to serve as the title of section 12, insert the word effectivity, followed by a period and a hyphen. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no yes, there be no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with no other committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments, considering there are no individual amendments.
Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, this juncture, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6128. So move, Mr. President.
There being objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6128.
The consideration is suspended. Mr. Majority Leader, with the permission of Senator Escudero, if we can just pause for a while because it is the anniversary apparently of our dear colleague Senator Villar, and he has a anniversary dinner with his sweetheart. I hope it's the wife. No, excuse me. Yes, his sweetheart. And we allow him to take up
The
the
good
IT
senator from
amendments.
Sorsogon says it's okay because
okay.
he totally
Thank you.
understands, Mr. President.
He totally understands.
Yeah.
Yes, please,
With
Majority
that,
Leader,
Mr.
please proceed.
President, with that, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1846. This is the Bill on Internet Transactions Act of 2022. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments. With that, Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the amended copy of the bill dated September 12, 2023 as our working draft. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar, for individual amendments.
Our distinguished colleague, our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to make a few minor amendments on 3 sections. The amendments to be introduced are now based on the clean copy from the legislative bills and index as of September 12, 2023. On page 10, line 26, after the section reference, section 21B, I, insert the phrase, and the contact details of the online merchant as required under section 21B, Roman numeral 3. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On the same page, line 28, delete the word e-commerce and replace it with digital. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 31, under subsection G of section 21, delete item V in its entirety. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 12, between lines 20 and 21, section 22, on obligations of other digital platforms that do not retain oversight over the consummation of the transaction, insert a new item V under subsection C with the following text. V, contact information of the online merchant. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 17, line 8, subsection A of section 29, on penalties, delete the words content or listing and replace it with the words listing or offer. And every time the words content or listing are mentioned, replace it with listing or offer. This is an omnibus amendment. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, subject to style, approved.
On page 18, line 5, delete the words and, E, then between letter D and the comma preceding it, insert the conjunctive word and. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
On the same page, on line 26, under subsection E of section 29, delete from the word violation until 22J and replace it with the phrase violation of sections 21, 22B, C or D, and 23A, F or I. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, approved.
That is all for my amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague. Are there any more amendments on the ITA? If not, maybe we
Ask
can
for a
close.
minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar, and to introduce his amendments, Mr. President, the Minority Leader. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, we'd like to recognize our sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, and to propose amendments, Senator Coco Pimentel, our Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment is on section 24, and I believe that's on page 15, line 27. If we can delete and then replace the period, which is the period number of days, which is 15 in words and figure, replace that with 7 calendar days from the filing thereof, Mr. President.
Yes, we accept that amendment. Thank you.
Does the Secretariat get it, Mr.
Yes,
President?
there being no objection and duly accepted by the sponsor, amendments accepted.
And I will no longer pursue my proposed amendment on the liabilities of the marketplace and on the online platform and the merchant. But then, therefore, my support for this measure is conditional, Mr. President, or a qualified support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished Minority Floor Leader. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, there being no other amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President. Oh, sorry, Mr. President.
I believe Senator Pia said it's all
Let,
right.
let,
but
let me
we'll
just
we better check. Yes,
ask for a
session
minute
suspended for
suspension,
1
Mr.
minute.
President. Sorry.
After having our staff consult, Secretary, our Attorney Mavic consult with the distinguished leader, distinguished member from Taguig and Pateros, says there's no other amendments to be proposed.
With that, Mr. President, and considering the status of our sponsor, I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1846. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Senate Bill number 1846 is approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Congratulations and happy anniversary to our Deputy Majority Leader.
It is certified, Your Honors. Do you want to take approval?
Can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President?
suspended. Schumta.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1846. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved. Thank you, Marka. Congrats. Congrats. Hilay doon.
May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Boss. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 1791 under Committee Report number 113. This is the bill on Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There
There
being no
being-
objection, motion's approved. Recognize the sponsor for their amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I make an omnibus motion with the permission of the body for the approval of the following committee amendments. Number 1, on page 1, line 1, after the figure 1 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 1, short title, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 2, on the same page, line 4, after the figure 2 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 2, conversion of PUP Parañaque City Campus, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 3, on the same page, line 8, after the figure 3 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 3, general mandate, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 4, on the same page, line 14, delete the phrase is also and insert the phrase shall also be. Number 5, on the same page, lines 18 to 22, delete the entire section, section 4, and replace with the following. Section 4, supervision and management of PUP Parañaque City Campus. The PUP Parañaque City Campus shall be headed by a full-time campus administrator who shall be appointed by the board subject to the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the board and upon the recommendation of a search committee duly constituted by the board for the purpose of selecting the campus administrator. Number 6, on page 2, lines 1 to 3, delete the entire section 5 and replace with the following. Section 5, compliance with SHED requirements. The PUP, prior to the conversion of the PUP Parañaque City Campus into a regular campus and offering a new and revised courses and programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with the applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of the SHED. Number 7, on the same page, line 5, after the after the figure 6 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of the section. Management of personnel, assets, and records of the campus, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 8, on the same page, line 17, after the figure 7 in period, insert the phrase to serve as title of the section. Supplementary application, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 9, on the same page, line 20, after the figure 8 in the period, insert the word to serve as title of the section 8. Appropriations, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 10, on the same page, line 27, after the figure 9 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 9. Implementing rules and regulations, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 11, on the same page, line 31, after the figure 10 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 10, separability clause, followed by a period and a hyphen. Number 12, on the same page, line 35, after the figure 11 in the period, insert the phrase to serve as title of section 11, repealing clause, followed by a period and a hyphen. And finally, number 13, after the figure 12 in the period, insert the word to serve as title of section 12, effectivity, followed by a period and a hyphen. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion and amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7091. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 1791.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6704 under Committee Report number 109. This is the bill on Benguet State University College of Medicine, La Trinidad, Province of Benguet. So move, Mr. President.
There being, it's not in order, Your Honor. So what
It's,
number is that?
6704, Mr. President, Committee Report number
Oh, okay.
109.
Because it's the different orders in my
a
paper.
different?
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the measure, with that I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move to close the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
Our
for his
distinguished
committee
sponsor,
amendments.
Senator Francis Jesus Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following committee amendments with the permission and consent of the body? Number 1, on page 2, line 14, delete the phrase as amended and the comma after the phrase. Number 2, on page 2, line 18, section 4, replace the acronym BSU with the word college. Number 3, on the same page, line 21, delete the phrase its guidelines and qualification standards based on, and insert the phrase the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the board and upon. Number 4, on the same page, line 48, section 6, insert the word sex and a comma before the word gender. Number 5, on the same page, line 49, delete the word preference. Number 6, on page 3, line 1, section 6, delete the phrase guidelines on qualification standards and insert the phrase guidelines, qualifications, and standards. Number 7, on the same page, line 3, delete the phrase church or religious sect and insert the phrase religious denomination. Number 8, on the same page, line 16, section 7, insert the word sex and a comma before the word gender. Number 7, on the same page, line 17, delete the word or before the word ethnic, then after the word origin, insert a comma, and the phrase or any other forms of discrimination. Number 10, on the same page, lines 23 to 31, delete the entire section 9 and replace it with the following. Section 9, loan or transfer of supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail of personnel to the college. Heads of national government agencies and instrumentalities may, upon the request of the board, through the president of BSU, loan or transfer supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail personnel to the college, provided that such loan, transfer, or detail shall not be detrimental to public service. The personnel to be detailed to the college shall perform duties as may be deemed required by the dean of the college, and time spent for such duties shall be counted as part of the detailed personnel's regular service. Number 11, on page 4, line 4, insert a new section 12 to read as follows. Section 12, compliance with SHED requirements. The BSU, prior to the establishment of the college and offering the new and revised courses, programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of the SHED. Finally, Mr. President, to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendments are hereby adopted.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6704. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6704.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7087 under Committee Report number 110. This is the bill on Southern Luzon State University College of Medicine, Lucban, Quezon.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Parliamentary status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we have sponsored the measure and that I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. May I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following committee amendments. Number 1, on page 2, line 17, section 3, delete the phrase as amended and the comma after the phrase. Number 2, on page 2, line 21, section 4, replace the acronym SLSU with the word college. Number 3, on the same page, line 24, section 5, delete the phrase its guidelines on qualifications, standards, and based on, and insert the phrase the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the board upon. Number 4, on page 3, line 3, section 6, insert the word sex and a comma before the word gender and delete the word preference. Number 5, on the same page, lines 5 and 6, delete the phrase guidelines on qualification standards and insert the phrase guidelines, qualifications, and standards. Number 6, On the same page, line 7, delete the phrase church or religious sect and insert the phrase religious denomination. Number 7. On the same page, line 18, section 7, insert the word sex and a comma before the word gender. Number 8. On the same page, line 19, delete the word or before the word ethnic. Then after the word origin, insert a comma and the phrase or any other forms of discrimination. Number 9. On the same page, lines 25 to 33, delete the entire section 9 and replace it with the following. Section 9. Loan or transfer of supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail of personnel to the college. Heads of national government agencies and instrumentalities may, upon the request of the board, through the president of SLSU, loan or transfer supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail personnel to the college, provided that such loan transfer details shall not be detrimental to public service. The personnel to be detailed to the college shall perform such duties as may be deemed required by the dean of the college, and time spent for such duties shall be counted as part of the detailed personnel's regular service. Number 10. On page 4, line 7, insert a new section, section 12, to read as follows. Section 12. Compliance with SHED requirements. The SLSU, prior to the establishment of the college and offering of new and revised courses and programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with the applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of SHED. And number 11, finally, to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments, amendments adopted.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
There being no objections, the motion is approved.
There are no individual amendments. I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7087. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7087.
Consideration suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7088 under Committee Report number 111. This is the Bill on University of Eastern Philippines College of Medicine, Katarman, Northern Samar. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move to close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, I move that we recognize the author of the measure, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, for his amendments.
Our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the said measure, Senator Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished majority floor leader. May I make an omnibus motion with the permission and consent of the body for the following committee amendments. Number 1, on page 2, line 12, section 3, delete the phrase as amended and the comma after the phrase. Number 2, on page 2, line 16, section 4, replace the acronym UEP with the word college. Number 3, on the same page, line 19, section 5, delete the phrase its guidelines on qualification standards and based on, and insert the phrase the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the board and upon. Number 4, on the same page, line 46, section 6, insert the word sex and a comma before the word gender. Number 5, on the same page, line 47, delete the word preference. Number 6, on the same page, line 49, delete the phrase guidelines on qualification standards and insert the phrase guidelines, qualifications, and standards. Number 7, on page 3, line 2, section 6, delete the phrase church or religious sect and insert the phrase religious denomination. Number 8, on the same page, line 13, section 7, insert the word sex and a comma before the word gender. Number 9, on the same page, line 14, delete the word or before the word ethnic, then after the word origin, insert a comma and the phrase or any other forms of discrimination. Number 10, on the same page, lines 22 to 28, rephrase the entire section to read as follows. Section 9, loan or transfer of supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail of personnel to the college. Heads of national government agencies and instrumentalities may, upon the request of the board through the president of the UEP, loan or transfer supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail personnel to the college, provided that such loan, transfer, or detail shall not be detrimental to public service. The personnel to be detailed to the college shall perform such duties as may be deemed required by the dean of the college, and time spent for such duties shall be counted as part of the detailed personnel's regular service. Number 11, on page 4, line 3, insert a new section, section 12, to read as follows. Section 12, compliance with SHED requirements. The UEP, prior to the establishment of the college and offering of new and revised courses and programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with the applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of the SHED. Number 12, finally, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to amendments, amendments are approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee and individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7088. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7088.
There being no objection, consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 1790 under Committee Report number 112. This is the bill on Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, South La Union Campus, College of Medicine.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there being no member wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection,
Move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Chis Escudero.
our distinguished colleague Senator Chis Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. With the permission and consent of the body, may I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following committee amendments. Number 1, on page 2, line 10, section 3, delete the phrase "being an institution within the DMMMSU system, the governance of the college shall be vested in," and insert the phrase "the college as an institution within the DMMSU system shall be governed by." Number 2, on the same page, line 17, delete the phrase "as amended" and a comma after the phrase. Number 3, on the same page, line 21, section 4, replace the phrase "Chancellor of DMMSU, South La Union Campus" with the phrase "Dean of the College." Number 4, on the same page, line 22, delete the phrase "and the President of the University." Number 5, on the same page, lines 25 to 26, delete the phrase "its guidelines on qualification standards and based on the recommendation of the Chancellor," and insert the phrase "the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the Board and upon the recommendation of the Chancellor of the DMMMSU South La Union Campus." Number 6, on page 3, line 5, section 6, insert the word "sex" and a comma before the word "gender" and delete the word "preference." Number 7, on the same page, line 8, delete the phrase "guidelines on qualification standards" and insert the phrase "guidelines, qualifications, and standards." Number 8, on the same page, line 9, delete the phrase "church" or "religious sect" and insert the phrase "religious denomination." Number 9, on the same page, line 20, section 7, insert the word "sex" and a comma before the word "gender." Number 10, on the same page, line 21, delete the word "or" before the word "ethnic," then after the word "origin," insert a comma and the phrase "or any other forms of discrimination." Number 11, on the same page, lines 27 to 36, delete the entire section 9 and replace it with the following. Section 9, loan or transfer of supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail of personnel to the college. Heads of national government agencies and instrumentalities may, upon the request of the board through the president of DMMMSU, loan or transfer supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail personnel to the college, provided that such loan, transfer, detail shall not be detrimental to public service. The personnel to be detailed to the college shall perform such duties as may be deemed required by the dean of the college, and time spent for such duties shall be counted as part of the detailed personnel's regular service. Number 12, on page 4, line 7, line 11, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 12, compliance with SHED requirements. The DMMMSU, prior to the establishment of the college and the offering of new and revised courses and programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with the applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of SHED. And number 13, to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
No objections to the amendments. Amendments hereby adopted.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 1790. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 1790.
There being no objection, motion is approved. The consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7412 under Committee Report number 116. This is the bill on Visayas State University College of Medicine in Baybay, Leyte.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. With the permission of the chamber, may I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following committee amendments. Number 1, on page 2, line 2, section 4, replace the acronym VSU with the word college. Number 2, on the same page, line 5, section 5, delete the phrase "its guidelines on qualification standards" and insert the phrase "the guidelines, qualifications, and standards set by the board and upon the recommendation of the president." Number 3, on the same page, line 32, section 6, insert the word "sex" and a comma before the word "gender" and delete the word "preference." Number 4, on the same page, lines 34 to 35, delete the phrase "guidelines on qualification standards" and insert the phrase "guidelines, qualifications, and standards." Number 5, On the same page, line 36, delete the phrase church or religious sect and insert the phrase religious denomination. Number 6. On the same page, line 47, section 7, insert the word sex and a comma before the word gender. Number 7. On the same page, line 48, delete the word or before the word ethnic. Then after the word origin, insert a comma in the phrase or any other forms of discrimination. Number 8. On page 3, lines 5 to 13, delete the entire section 9 and replace it with the following. Section 9. Loans or transfer of supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail of personnel to the college. Heads of national government agencies and instrumentalities may, upon the request of the board through the president of the VSU, loan or transfer supplies, apparatuses, or equipment and detail personnel to the college, provided that such loan, transfer, or detail shall not be detrimental to public service. The personnel to be detailed to the college shall perform such duties as may be deemed required by the dean of the college, and time spent for such duties shall be counted as part of the detailed personnel's regular service. Number 9. On the same page, line 36, insert a new section 12 to read as follows. Section 12. Compliance with SHED requirements. The VSU, prior to the establishment of the college and offering of new and revised courses and programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with the applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of SHED. And finally, number 10, to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments, amendments adopted.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7412. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7412.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this is very dear to this representation. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7961 under Committee Report number 108. This is the bill on Bulacan State University System Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is this the bill that we were discussing before?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, I got it.
You're
There
also
being
a
no
co-author,
objection-
Mr. President.
Yes, we're co-authors. There being no objection, motion is approved. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator.
Mr.
do we
President, the
have,
parliamentary status is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion
Mr.
is approved.
President, move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, the hardworking senator from the province of Sorsogon, Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
Our distinguished colleague from Sorsogon, working very hard and inspired. Very inspired today. Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
Mr. President, panakip butas at intermission number lang naman ako habang iniintay niyo yung mas importanteng bill ni Sherwin.
De, pero mahalaga itong
This
mga
is
bills
very
ni-
important bill, Mr.
Yes, all the
President.
bills that you're approving here, creation of medical schools. So we congratulate you for that, Your Honors.
Mr. President, thank you very much. With the permission and consent of the body, may I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following committee amendments. Number 1, as an omnibus amendment, delete the phrase BS Bulsu system found wherever in the bill and insert it with the acronym BULSU. Number 2, on page 1, lines 9 to 15, delete the entire second paragraph, section 2, and replace it with the following paragraph. To this end, the Bulacan State University, BULSU, and its constituent units shall be strengthened as a state university to enhance its capability to provide accessible quality education. It shall also be further strengthened by expanding its curricular offerings and the composition and powers of its governing board, developing the competencies and encouraging the specialization of its constituent units, engaging in conventional or alternative instructional techniques, methodologies, and strategies, and fostering a unique and distinctive academic leadership towards the improvement of BULSU as an academic institution and the delivery of higher education services in the province of Bulacan and Central Luzon region. Number 3, on page 2, lines 2 to 3, section 3, delete the phrase is a university system and shall consist of the following, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase shall be composed of its. Number 4, on the same page, line 5, delete the word including, then insert the word and. Number 5, on the same page and line, delete the word shall and replace it with may. Number 6, as an omnibus motion, delete the phrase region 3, then insert the phrase Central Luzon region. Number 7, on page 2, lines 27 to 28, section 5, after the amended phrase Central Luzon region, insert a colon and a proviso which shall read as follows. Provided that BULSU shall comply with the policy, standards, and guidelines of SHED for the offering of courses and the introduction of new or revised programs. Number 8, on page 2, line 33, after the word institutions, delete the period and insert a colon. And the provision which shall read as follows, provided that BULSU shall comply with the policies, standards, and guidelines of SHED for the operation of regular or extension campuses. Number 9, as an omnibus amendment, delete the phrase guidelines on qualification standards and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase guidelines, qualifications, and standards. Number 10, on page 3, line 3, section 7, after the word authority, insert the acronym NEDA, enclosed in parentheses. Number 11, on the same page, line 17, delete the phrase guidelines on standard qualifications and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase guidelines, qualifications, and standards. Number 12, on the same page, line 43, section 8, delete the phrase and employees. Number 13, on the same page, line 45 to page 4, line 2, delete the entire subsection D of section 8 and replace it with the following subsection. Subsection D, prescribe the salaries of faculty members and administrative officials and employees subject to the provisions of Republic Act Number 11466, otherwise known as the Salary Standardization Law of 2019, Civil Service Rules and Regulations governing hours of service, and such other requirements and conditions and other pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. Number 14, on page 4, line 7 to 8, delete the phrase special trust funds, then insert the phrase funds to be used exclusively in the pursuit of its mandate as a state university. Number 15, place of allowances and other benefits not authorized by law, provided further that all fiduciary fees shall be disbursed for the specific purpose for which they were collected. If the BULSU, for reasons beyond its control, would not be able to pursue any project for which funds have been appropriated and allocated under its approved program of expenditures, the board may authorize the use of said fund for any reasonable purpose for which it deems necessary and urgent for the attainment of the objectives of the university, provided that funds collected from students for specific purposes shall not be aligned or reprogrammed to other expenditures. Number 16, on page 5, line 24, delete the entire subsection R of section 8 and replace it with a new subsection R to read as follows. Subsection R, import books or publications, instruments, equipment, and apparatuses for economic, technical, vocational, scientific, medical, philosophical, historical, legal, or cultural purposes. Number 17, on the same page, line 26, after the word industry, insert a comma in the phrase after consultation with the NEDA, and thereafter another comma. Number 18, on the same page, line 37, after the word board, insert a colon and a proviso which shall read as follows. Provided that such extension shall be subject to the term limits provided in section 10 of this act. Number 19, on the same page and line, the word provided and a comma, insert the word further and a comma. On the same page, line 48, the word privatize, replace the word privatize with the word outsource. Number 21, on page 6, lines 27 and 28, section 9, delete the phrase shall not be able to and insert the word cannot. Number 22, on the same page, lines 43 to 45, section 10, delete the colon and the following proviso. Provided that upon the effectivity of this act, the incumbent president of BULSU shall serve for a term of 4 years without reappointment. Number 23, on the same page, line 48, after the word presidency, insert a comma in the phrase and shall ensure the appointment or reappointment of a president on or before the expiration of the term. Number 24, on page 8, line 23, section 16, after the word belief and a comma, insert the word sex and a comma. Number 25, on the same page, line 24, delete the word or between the word affiliation and the word ethnic and insert a comma. Number 26, on the same page, same line, delete the word nor and insert the word or. Number 27, on the same page, line 28, delete the phrase church or religious sect and insert the phrase religious denomination. Number 28, on the same page, line 47, section 19, after the word of, insert the word sex and a comma. Number 29, delete the word or, then after the word origin, insert a comma and the phrase or any other forms of discrimination. Number 30, on the same page, line 50 to page 9, line 9, delete the entire section 20 and replace it with the following. Section 20, loan or transfer of supplies, apparatuses, or equipment or detail of personnel to the BULSU. Heads of national government agencies and instrumentalities may, upon the request of the board through the president of the BULSO, loan or transfer supplies, apparatuses, or equipment or detailed personnel to the university, provided that such loan transfer details shall not be detrimental to public service. The personnel to be detailed to the university shall perform such duties as may be deemed required by the president of the BULSO, and the time spent for such duties shall be counted as part of the detailed personnel's regular service. Number 31. On page 9, line 27, section 22, after the word publications and a comma, insert the phrase instruments, equipment, and apparatuses. Number 32. On the same page, line 28, after the word scientific and a comma, insert the word medical and a comma. Number 33. On page 10, line 35, section 31, after the word, insert the word after between the words effect and 15. Thereafter, delete the word after between the words days and its, and in lieu thereof, insert the word following. Number 34. Finally, to amend the title of the bill, we shall now read as follows. An act strengthening the Bulacan State University, expanding its curricular offerings, and the composition of the governing board, and appropriating funds therefor. Hi, I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments, amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, with no committee amendments and individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There
So
being no
moved.
objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7961. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7961. So moved.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 7397 under Committee Report number 114. This is the bill on Bicol University College of Veterinary Medicine, Ligao, Albay. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Francis Escudero for committee amendments.
Our
moved, Mr.
distinguished
President.
sponsor, Senator Francis Jesus Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. With the permission of the body, may I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following committee amendments. Number 1. On page 1, line 15, after the figure 3 in the period, delete the word implementation and insert the word to serve as title of section 3, governance. Number 2. On the same page, lines 15 to 16, delete the phrase, the implementation of the DVM program shall be in accordance with, and insert the phrase, quote, the governance of the college shall be vested in the board of regents of the BU, quote, open parenthesis, the board, close parenthesis, whose powers are defined under. Number 3. On the same page, lines 17 to 20, replace the comma after the word purposes with a period, delete the phrase, quote, and existing provisions of the Bicol University Code of 2016, particularly Chapter 2, Section 4, which allows the Bicol University through its Board of Regents to promulgate and implement programs, projects, and activities, close quote, and insert the phrase, quote, the DVM program and all programs, projects, and activities to be implemented in the college shall be. Number 4. On page 2, lines 1 to 7, delete the entire Section 4 and replace it with the following. Section 4. Compliance with said requirements. The BU, prior to the establishment of the college and the offering of new and revised courses and programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with the applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of CHED. Number 5, finally, on the same page, lines 9 to 18, delete the entire Section 5 and replace it with the following. Section 5, scholarship programs and admission. The college shall provide scholarships and other affirmative action programs to assist poor but deserving students who qualify for admission to the college. Students availing themselves of nationally funded scholarship programs to complete the DVM program under the college shall be required to render a return service as provided for by applicable laws and regulations, or the contract to be signed between the student and the college. No student shall be denied admission to the college by reason of sex, gender, religion, cultural or community affiliation, physical disability, ethnic origin, or any other forms of discrimination. No other amendments. I so move, Mr. President, for its approval.
There be no objection to the motion and the amendments. Amendments are adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. With no other committee amendments or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. So move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7397. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7397.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7398 under Committee Report number 115. This is the bill on Southern Luzon State University, Catanawan Campus College of Veterinary Medicine in Catanawan, Quezon. And so move, Mr.
This is
President.
the last one, right?
Last one, Mr. President.
Yes, there be no objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. I so
There
move,
be no
Mr. President.
objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There be no objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Chis Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. With the permission and consent of the body, may I make an omnibus motion for the approval of the following committee amendments. Number 1, on page 1, line 17, delete the phrase implementation of programs and projects and insert the word to serve as title of section 3, governance. Number 2, on the same page, line 17 to 18, delete the phrase the DVM program shall be implemented by the Board of Trustees in accordance with, and insert the phrase the governance of the college shall be vested in the Board of Regents of the SLSU, open parenthesis, the board, close parenthesis, whose powers are defined under. Number 3, on the same page, line 24, delete the phrase moreover, all other, and insert the phrase the DVM program and all. Number 4, on page 2, lines 1 to 8, delete the entire section 4 and replace with the following. Section 4, compliance with SHED requirements. The SLSU, prior to the establishment of the college and the offering of new and revised courses and programs related thereto, shall ensure compliance with the applicable policies, standards, and guidelines of SHED. Number 5, on the same page, line 10, insert a new section 5 to read as follows. Section 5, scholarship programs and admission. The college shall provide scholarships and other affirmative action programs to assist poor but deserving students who qualify for admission to the college. Students availing themselves of nationally funded scholarship programs to complete the DVM program under the college shall be required to render return services provided for by applicable laws and regulations, or the contract to be signed between the student and the college. No student shall be denied admission to the college by reason of sex, gender, religion, cultural or community affiliation, physical disability, ethnic origin, or any other forms of discrimination. And number 6, to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the amendments. Amendments are accepted and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. No other committee amendments or individual amendments, and so I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7398. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7398.
There be no objection, suspension, consideration of the measures suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate our hardworking chair of the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Mr. President.
Yes, congratulations to
He
your
will
sponsor.
stay here, Mr. President, until the kingdom comes.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis
The
Escudero.
busiest senator today, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration on Senate Bill number 2224. This is the bill on ease of paying taxes. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague from Valenzuela is...
Mr. President, the
yes.
parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments. And with that, Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the amended copy of the bill dated September 11, 2023 as our working draft. I so move,
There
Mr.
be no
President.
objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Win Gatchalian. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion approved. We'd like to recognize our distinguished sponsor, Senator Wing Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alright. Ikaw na magbigay sa akin. So, Mr. President, to continue the amendments on Section 15, amending Section 108 of the NIRC, page 14, line 13, before Section 16. Insert a new paragraph C to read as follows. C, sales allowances and sales discounts. The value, the value of services rendered for which allowances were granted by a VAT-registered person may be deducted from the gross sales from the quarter in which a refund is made or a credit memorandum or refund is issued. Sales discount granted and indicated in the invoice at the time of sale, and the grant of which does not depend upon the happening of a future of a future event may be excluded from the gross sales within the same quarter it was given. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendments adopted.
Mr. President, let me just spread into the records the rationale, and this is a suggestion and an intervention from our good majority leader. This amendment is proposed in order to give the sellers of services the same allowances and adjustments to their gross sales similar to the sellers of goods. Note that under Section 106, sellers of goods are allowed to deduct sales returns, allowances, and sales discounts from their gross sales.
Is that the amendment?
That's the rationale, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
On Section 17, amending 110 of the NIRC, on page 15 of the clean copy, line 22, delete the word bin. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On Section 17, amending Section 110 of the NIRC, on page 16, line 4, before the word receivables, insert the word uncollected. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On page 16, lines 4 to 5, after the word receivables, delete the second phrase considered as bad debts in accordance to Section 34E of this code, and the comma. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On page 16, line 6, after the words output VAT, replace the phrase during the period when the said bad debts were written off with the phrase on the next quarter after the lapse of the agreed upon period to pay. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments adopted.
On page 16, lines 10 to 11, replace the phrase bad debt written off with the phrase uncollected receivables. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments agreed.
On page 16, lines 14 to 15, replace the phrase bad debts previously written off with the phrase uncollected receivables. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments adopted.
On page 16, lines 15 to 16, replace the phrase to the bad debts recovered with the word thereto. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments adopted.
On Section 18, amending Section 112 of the NIRC, on page 17 of the clean copy, line 10, delete the word all. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Mr. President, may I just state into the record and place into the record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague for accepting our amendments. It took some time, Mr. President. We had a series of meetings and God knows how many hours we put in just to make sure that we will have a version that is acceptable not only for our employers but also to our workers, especially our servicing industry, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues.
Indeed, Mr. President, that's an intervention from our good majority leader, and I would like to thank the good majority leader for making the bill much more responsive to the needs of our taxpayers, especially the service sector, Mr. President. So I thank the good majority leader.
Thank you to the majority leader as well.
So,
The response.
Mr. President,
Is the minority floor leader going to propose amendments? Minority leader?
Page what now? Where are you now? Page
30.
Sir, sila daw mag-
Page-
Sir, sila daw po
Oh, nga, anong page nga? Page
31, sir.
ito. Ito.
Yes, sir.
Saan yung akin? Dito wala na.
I have with me here, gentlemen, a copy of the proposed amendments of our distinguished minority
Wala
floor
nang
leader.
babasahin here.
I'm not sure if this is the one we'll follow.
Ako wala.
May isa po kasi, mamaya po.
Ako, it's page 39.
We're now in page 39, Mr. President. If there are other or anterior amendments, Mr. President, we will entertain with, if not, Mr. President,
There
we'll
being none,
proceed with
maybe we can
page.
proceed with the next few pages.
Yes, Mr. President, to proceed On page 39, line 11, after the colon, insert the phrase provided, comma, further, comma, that the seller shall issue sale or commercial invoices when the buyer so requires, regardless of the amount of the transaction. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
And add colon to that insertion, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note.
On page 39, deletes lines 18 to 20. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On the same page 39, line 21, after the word that, insert the phrase, the aggregate sales amount at the end of the day is at least 500 pesos, and followed with a colon after the words provided, comma, finally, comma, that.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Subject to style, Mr. President.
Subject to style.
On page 40 of the clean copy, line 8, after the word secure, insert a comma and the phrase free of charge, followed by another comma before the phrase from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion approved.
On page 46, lines 20 to 24, move the entire section 39 to page 49, line 6, before section 43, and renumber the sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On page 47, lines 4 to 5, after the word BIR, delete the phrase central.
47, what page?
47 now.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
On page 47, lines 4 to 5, after the word BIR, delete the phrase central office, regional offices, RDOs, and other pertinent units. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
And,
Excuse me.
and lastly, for this representation, Mr. President, on page 48, delete lines 18 to 19, referring to section 42B, and renumber accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
We are also on page 48, Mr. President. I move that
Is this on the list that you gave us, the draft, Your Honor? Should we go straight to page 48? I have here a memo. So it's not, we don't have, it's going to be a new amendments, okay. Please proceed, Your Honor.
tanggalin ko na to, di ba? Yes, Mr. President. So I am using the clean copy as of September 11, 2023, and on page 48, line 12, we delete and replace the word incentives in the section title with concessions, Mr. President. So making the section title read as follows: special concessions for certain taxpayers. So move, Mr. President.
Is it accepted by the sponsor?
Accept, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments accepted.
And because that has been accepted, Mr. President, the next amendment would be to also replace the word incentives on page 48, line 12, after the word following with the word concessions.
There being no, is it accepted?
Accepted, Mr. President.
Approved. No objection.
Tanggalin ko to, no? With total ito. With ito. Up to And then a styling amendment, Mr. President, page 48, lines 13 to 14, if we could delete the phrase starting with the word "with" total assets. I'll just read the phrase, Mr.
Sinaulit
President.
to eh.
To delete the phrase "with total assets not exceeding 20 million pesos," also in figures, "who are." And the purpose, the reason is that that is already mentioned in the preceding section, and these are really considered as micro and small taxpayers. Paulit-ulit lang po, for economy of words, Mr. President.
Styling amendments. Is the, does the
Yeah, accept, Mr.
sponsor
President.
accept? The amendments approved.
Still on page 48, line 20. That's the paragraph C. If we could now, the proposal is to change, delete and replace the word 15 with 10. So making the rate for the civil penalty 10%. So also the figure 15% to be changed to 10%, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
What does
Accept.
the sponsor say?
Accept, Mr. President.
Therefore, the amendment is approved.
Ito po ay nagpapababa ng penalty para sa ating mga micro and small taxpayers kung may mga infraction sila of our tax code under section 248 of that code. Now another amendment, Mr. President, still on page 48, line 22. That's paragraph D. I move that we delete and replace the word 20 with 50, and then the figure 20% also to be replaced by 50%. Mr. President, I so move.
So move. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Accept, Mr. President.
Therefore, amendments
Okay.
approved.
Ito po ay, actually ito po ang amendment na ito, kung pansin nyo, tumaas yung numero, pero ang tumaas is yung
Discount.
Discount. So, kung ano man yung interest rate noon na may impose under Section 249, magiging 50% lamang ang imposable interest rate pagka micro and small business po kayo as defined in our code. So, benepisyo na naman po ito sa ating micro and small
Yes.
taxpayers. Tapos na? Okay, so that would be all, Mr. President, and we would like to thank the sponsor for his not only patience but also his perseverance, Mr. President, kasi
Yes.
a lesser mortal would have given up, Mr. President, given
Yes.
all of the rounds, all of the amending rounds that we did, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank
we'd like to
you
thank
very
the
much.
sponsor for his tenacity and perseverance. That is the advantage of being a single man. Because you can work all day and all night. I feel sorry for your staff, though, Your Honor.
Well,
But
Mr.
again,
President,
congratulations to you, sir.
If you allow me, Mr. President, let me thank the good minority leader for his interventions, and as you well said earlier, his eagle eyes. We
Eagle
have
eyes.
cleaned up the bill thoroughly and made it more accurate, and I thank him for spending a lot of time in this very important proposal. And
Yes.
yeah, and I thank the good majority leader as well for making very important interventions, Mr. President.
And with that, I will no longer, now it clearly can be called ease of paying taxes.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. President.
No longer collecting taxes, but paying taxes.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
That's
Thank
the most
you.
important thing, Mr. President, that the presiding officer is convinced that this is
Yes,
this
it's no longer
ease
fake
of-
advertising. It is the
Yes.
real ease of paying taxes.
ease of paying tax. With that, Mr. President, and with no other amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2224. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved. And congratulations to our distinguished colleague.
Congratulations to our hardworking chairperson of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Win Gatchalian. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2224. So move, Mr. President.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended. Ay, sorry. Na-excite ako eh.
I move that we resume consideration of committee report number 92. This pertains to the privileged speech of our dear Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri on the death of Adamson student John Matthew Salilig. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Justice, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized and to sponsor our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes, with the permission of our hardworking sponsor, Mr. President, if I could just ask a few clarificatory questions about his report, Mr. President.
Willingly, Mr. President, I was even prepared even before the pre-FIBA days, Mr. President.
Okay. So, Mr. President, yes. So, let me, of course, commend our sponsor, is the chairman of our Blue Ribbon Committee, for his quick and efficient action on the subject matter raised by the privileged speech of our very own Senate President, and for filing a very comprehensive 70-page report, Mr. President. So, just for the benefit of those who will not be able to read the report, or who have not been able to read the report and who are watching us now or monitoring Senate proceedings, alam na po natin ang factual background dito. This is the member of a fraternity who was just visiting from Mindanao and visiting Metro Manila, underwent some hazing and unfortunately died because of the hazing, Mr. President. So those are the majority wants
Just
to add.
put it to the record, Mr. President, as a member of Tau Gamma Phi, Mr. President, the victim is undergoing welcoming rites, Mr. President. Welcoming rites. He is already a member of the fraternity, Mr. President. Unfortunately, Mr. President, he died during the welcoming rites, Mr. President.
So,
Hazing nevertheless, yes.
it's an unnecessary death, and then it's an unusual happening within that group, because visiting member and then they inflicted some physical harm leading to the death of the person. So, siguro, Mr. President, ang importante na lang dito, may we know from the sponsor, ano po yung mga rekomendasyon na linagay po natin sa ating report para sa maiwasan na itong ganitong sitwasyon, at para siguro yung hustisya, kung sakaling mang maulit ito, at dun sa mga nakaranas nito, na paano po nila makakamit ang hustisya.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not a committee, Blue Ribbon Committee report, but your Committee on Justice and Human
Thank
Rights,
you,
Mr. President. Mr. President, for the record, Mr. President, your committee filed the committee report. No, this is not really pre-FIBA days, pre-Southeast Asian Games days. Mr. President, last May 31, 2023. And Mr. President, indeed, we came out with several, not just the committee report, but the committee initiated the filing of two Senate bills. One is Senate Bill 2270 and the other one is 2271. 2270 would entail the amendment of Section 3 of Republic Act 772, otherwise known as an act creating the Commission on Higher Education, among others. Mr. President, what would happen is this. We will be, one of the recommendations, Mr. President, was to give the Commission on Higher Education the additional power to impose the payment of a fine, the amount of 5 million pesos, to any school who fails to conduct the orientation program required by law. Ngayon po, Mr. President, kahit walang orientation program, wala pong ngipin ang Commission on Higher Education. That would also entail, under Section 11 of the proposed measure, the creation of a hazing victims trust fund. Mr. President, the trust fund will be coming from the fines imposed against institutions of higher learning who fail to comply with the requirements, and then the trust fund would answer for several expenditures that would be entailed by the victims, Mr. President. So this is one. The other one is Senate Bill 2271, amending sections 4, 5, 6, 8, and 14 of Republic Act 11053, otherwise known as the Anti-Hazing Act, Mr. President. What would happen, Mr. President, is that the implementation of the new law would now make fraternities, sororities, and other organizations jointly and solidarily liable to families of the victims by making them pay the amount of 20 million for any death or physical injuries that results from any initiation activities of their organization. The organization, I'm now referring to the fraternity, sorority, shall likewise shoulder the litigation fees of the victim's family, and any death or physical injury brought about by the initiation activities of a fraternity, sorority, or other organization will cause the automatic cancellation of the SEC Certificate of Registration. Because your committee noted, Mr. President, halos lahat po sila ay naka-register sa Securities and Exchange Commission. I have here an updated list. So that is one, Mr. President. And then your committee reiterated the role of schools in partnering with the government to prevent the occurrence of hazing. So the schools will now be forced to accept their loco parenti job in exercising supervision, whether or not they recognize the sorority or fraternity as an organization. And one outstanding feature, Mr. President, is because your committee in recognizing academic freedom your committee will not allow schools to expel a student for being a mere member of a fraternity or sorority. There has got to be a violent act initiated by the student himself that would entail his dismissal. So it would eliminate the policy of schools on outright banning of fraternities and sororities and making such membership as a ground for dismissal. Instead, the proposed measures would allow the registration of fraternities and sororities in the school's roster of recognized organizations and make participation in the planning and actual conduct of hazing as grounds for dismissal. So this would comply with all the academic freedom jurisprudence coming from our Supreme Court, Mr. President. There is also the recognition by the committee that would allow constitutionally guaranteed, as I've said, right to academic freedom of institutions of higher learning, but the state, again, we reiterate, is not without power or authority in the exercise of its valid police power to regulate such academic institution. Ang isa pa hong bago dito, Mr. President, liable din po yung schools dahil sila dapat ang mag-supervise. And one of our recommendations would entail the registration before the police office, which has jurisdiction over the school, to there is a requirement now to register in the local police station having jurisdiction over the school to provide the names, officers, and members of each fraternity or sorority or other organizations to be collected by the PNP and to have a national database. Failure or refusal of the organization to comply with the requirements shall be prima facie presumption of the organization's illegal activities. So hinigpitan na po natin yan, Mr. President. Ito po yung highlight ng recommendations ng inyong committee.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So the name of the victim here is John Matthew Salilig. So the reforms suggested by the committee report are meant to honor John Matthew Salilig, and I hope that the reforms will enable and allow the family to get justice from what happened to their family members. So with that, Mr. President, let me just congratulate our chairman of the Committee on Justice, I stand corrected, Committee on Justice, for his quick and thorough action on this matter, Mr. President. So
Thank you
siguro, hanapan na lang natin ng paraan yung mga reforms kung paano rin quickly ma-actionan po yung mga reforms na binanggit po ng ating chairman. Thank you.
Maraming
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Minority Leader. In fact, the remedial measures were filed as early as May 31 this year, amending several laws, which this representation mentioned a while ago. Naka-file na po yung bill. And I think the good majority leader would take cognizance of the importance of these vital measures, Mr. President.
What does it mean, Mr. President? May I ask
Yeah,
what's the pleasure of the
Would you like
distinguished
to
gentleman?
shall we adopt the
Because he was
committee
asking,
report?
Mr. President, about a different measure, Mr. President. So I'm just asking if...
He's just informing the body possibly.
Yes, indeed,
There
there
is,
were
Mr.
bills filed.
President. Yes, Mr. President.
So shall we adopt the majority leader with the permission of the body?
No, may committee...
It's a committee report.
Yes, committee report.
So we have to
There is,
adopt the
Mr.
committee
President.
report.
Committee report
Yes,
92,
Mr. President, there being no other member wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and
There
debates.
be no
So moved, Mr.
objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to...
Adopt. Adopt.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt
Including the recommendations.
recommendations
Committee report.
contained in committee report number 92. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, including the recommendations contained in the committee report. There being no objections, motion is approved. And congratulations to the sponsor for all the hard work he has done for this.
Ask
Thank
for a
you.
minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Matters, Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and upon the instruction of the Chairperson of the Committee on Games and Amusement, Senator Manuel Lito Lapid, I manifest the creation of a subcommittee to hear proposed Senate Resolution number 799, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Games and Amusement to undertake an inquiry in aid of legislation to review existing laws and regulations governing casino customers in the Philippines, with Senator Raffy Tulfo as chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and upon the instruction of Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Win Gatchalian, I manifest the creation of a subcommittee to hear Senate Bill number 2374, prohibiting the online placing of bets for all lotto games and all instant paper games, with Senator Raffy Tulfo as chairperson. So move. I so manifest, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. And before we adjourn, just on the, because I just saw the games and amusements, for the information of the body, I just got recent information, or information recently, that they're planning to do a, similar to the Isabong, but it's called Uno Dos, which is basically karera ng kabayo pero dalawang kabayo lang. So parang pula-puti, you just pick which horse is going to win. And that's again internet. Again, that's going to, for me, it's going to proliferate again online gambling. It's just going to be the same thing as having Isabong, because it's I don't know, maybe that's something we should look into. Tomorrow, maybe we can do a formal inquiry and make a formal inquiry with the Games and Amusements Committee on this referral.
Mr. President, too much gambling already, Mr. President.
I know.
I wish I would just shut up here, Mr. President, but I cannot help but report to the body that even isabong is still ongoing,
Ongoing,
Mr. President.
even if it's illegal.
And it's unfortunate that despite our efforts, the government's efforts, the instructions of the President, it's still ongoing, Mr. President.
Yeah, I even have the video. I even have the video promoting this Uno Dos. But anyway, we have to look into it. I think there's too much gambling that's happening in our country.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah,
We
too
cannot
much
allow that,
criminality due
and
to gambling.
that is a bad precedent, a bad lesson we're trying to share to our young people who are the hope of the nation.
Correct.
To depend on the game of chance.
I believe.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, September 20, 2023. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, our session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, September 20, 2023. Have a good evening, everyone.